Okay, good to see y'all. I see that there's a lot of chit chat on the chat line. So, okay. Okay, let's have a word of prayer and we'll get started. Shh, quiet. Lord, thank you for today. Thank you for another day. Thank you for the victories. Thank you for the victories that the teams had last night. Thank you for keeping them safe on the road. Thank you for just directing us yesterday. Continue to do that today for us, Father, and just in every aspect that we have. Just got a couple more days left of this grading period. Just help us just to continue to be diligent about the things that are before us, getting things done, and feeling good that we can end um, strong. Just bless us in this hour and today, in my precious name. Amen. Okay, we're continuing on with the 9 evil companions examined in detail. We're talking about the wicked person. The warnings from the Bible of entering into or onto the wrong path. Our second one, Gabby, right now. Maybe later, but not right now, okay? Yes, sir. 120. Okay? Page 120. This is the second one. Genesis 34, 1 to 2. And Deniah, the daughter of... Let me start this over. And Dinah, the daughter of Leah, which she bare unto Jacob. 10th grade, you're about to get checks right away. Went out to see the daughters of the land. And when Shechem, the son of Hamor, how would you pronounce that? Hamor, Hamor, the Hivite. Is that Hamor? Okay, close enough. Shh. Prince of the quiet. Prince of the country saw her. He took her and lay with her and defiled her. So what happened here? The path that was wrong. Dinah made friends with her pagan neighbors, and basically she was raped. Okay? Ricky? Okay, number 3. 1 Kings 11, 1 to 5. It says, But King Solomon loved many strange women, together with the daughter of Pharaoh, women of the Moabites, Ammonites, Edomites, Zidonians, and Hittites. Of the nations concerning which the Lord said unto the children of Israel, Ye shall not go in unto them, neither shall they come in unto you, for surely they will turn away your heart after their gods. Solomon clave unto these in love, and he had 700 wives, princesses, and 300 concubines. And his wives turned away his heart. For it came to pass when Solomon was old that, amethyst, that's one, that his wives turned away his heart after other gods, and his heart was not perfect with the Lord his God, as was his heart of David with his father. For Solomon went after Ashtoreth, the goddess of the Zidonians, and after Milcom, the abomination of the Ammonites. So Solomon, in this case, married an ungodly woman, and they turned his heart away from God. So a path you don't want to tread. Okay, avoid. Well, that's true, but this is definition of having too many. This is why. Shh, that's why the Bible says a man shall cleave to his wife, not wives. Okay. Okay, Adrian. Anybody else gets out of their seat's gonna have a check. Okay. There's no need for it. Period. Have a seat. Okay. So those are a few examples of paths to not go down, to not be involved with, paths that are illustrated in the Bible of warnings for us. Matthew 26:58 to 74. Okay. Why don't you turn your Bibles to that real quick? Okay. That was too many verses to write on the PowerPoint. Okay. Matthew 26:58 to 74. Everybody turn there in your Bibles, please. DLs, I hope you have your Bible right there with you close so you can grab it real quick. Where's Matthew? How dare you even ask that? '26. Good grief, come on. Pages are cold, my fingers are cold. What was it? 58 to 74. Okay, so here's what we're going to do in class. Okay, you're going to join in today. We're going to start back with Isaac. We're going to work our way up to Elijah, back to Andrew, and back, and then up to Gabby. Yep. Okay, so everybody, shh. Adrian, that's one. Okay. While we're reading, I don't want anybody talking. I'm just going to start putting checks down if I hear you talking. Period. Okay. Andrew. Yes. No. But thank you for the offer. Okay. Matthew 26:58. Isaac. '58. Or 59, excuse me, I'm sorry. You're right. '61. Yep. '61. '62, Jess. Austin, '63. Andrew, '64. Avery, 65. Adrian, 67. Derek, 68. Amethyst, you want to go 71, 74? 71. Okay. 74 was the end, but that, we finished the story. That's good. That's good. Okay. Okay, so here, Peter tried to cover the fact that he was a follower of Christ and ultimately denied the Lord. Okay? So outright lied, okay, because he was afraid. How many times have we been in this situation in some form of another? Okay? Where we've been confronted with something, and where no matter how big or small it is, but we've been confronted with something, and we've lied about it, hoping that we could get out of it. And what generally happens? Yep. Generally happens is that you don't get out of it. Okay? You get the consequences. Okay? Peter didn't get punished from the Lord. Peter didn't get punished from the government, the people that were going after Jesus. Peter got punished because of who Peter was. He knew, and deep in his heart, he knew he had betrayed his Lord. That was punishment for him enough. Okay? But that's what happens. Sin will find you out somehow, sometime. Okay? You may think that you're getting away with something, but eventually that's going to come back to haunt you. Adrian? Yes. Okay. Shh. No singing. Psalm 53:1. The fool has said in his heart, there is no God. Corrupt. No, this is the foolish person, because we just switched persons, I think. The fool has said in his heart, there is no God. Corrupt are they, and have done abominable iniquity. There is none that doeth good. The foolish never consider sin's consequences, or even dare to think they can avoid the consequences. Sometimes people think that they are above the rules, the laws. Okay? And because of who they are, nothing's going to happen with them. Okay? They say, no one will ever know. Or, it won't hurt me. Okay? Those are a lot of times some of the mottos that people say to themselves to justify what they're doing. Doesn't realize, or doesn't want to realize, Okay? That his sin separates him from fellowship with God. Okay? Now, the unsaved, it's not separating him from God, it's widening the gap, okay, between him and God. Because he has said there is no God. And he doesn't want to acknowledge that there is a God. Or that the attributes, the principles of the Bible of God, he doesn't want to have anything to do with them. Okay? But a Christian here, a person that's saved, does the sin, and because they're doing that sin, it's separating them. It's widening the gap in that fellowship, okay, of having no fellowship with God. Just like the sinner, the unsaved, it's widening the gap to even have fellowship with God. So, Proverbs 16:4, pleasant words are as an honeycomb, sweet to the soul and health to the bones. Above all, we must not argue with them. Okay? Arguing with someone that thinks that they can't do wrong, thinks that what they're doing is right, you don't get anywhere. Okay? It doesn't do any good to the argument, but we end up doing it anyway because we know we're right. They think that they're right. Okay? And so the two rams butt their heads together, and that's all you get is a bunch of headaches. Okay? So to do so gives him a hearing and allows him to gain his ground. Okay? So what's the Bible say? A lot of times a soft answer turneth away wrath. So a lot of times changing the subject maybe, changing the atmosphere, changing the temperature of the conversation can possibly put that person on the defense at that point, or equal ground, okay, and make things a whole lot better. Let's go to the gossiping person. A gossiping person has so much energy to constantly spread the gospel. What's the gospel? The gossip. Okay? And it's just coming naturally, and they do it more and more. It's the hot energy of sin, because gossip is sin. Okay? It's not the Spirit of God that's dwelling. It's the energy of sin. Kind of putting some spins of science into there, you know. He likes to be the source of information, even if it means stretching the truth. Okay? And a lot of times that's what gossip ends up being, is a stretching of the truth. Okay? Because you may not have, or a lot of times don't have all the facts. Okay? And even if you did have the facts, unless you've gotten permission from the person to say something, you shouldn't say anything anyway, period. Okay? The scornful person, the scoffers or the scorner, is one who mocks at the right. Okay? He argues against the righteousness. He makes fun of those who desire to know God. He debates against the motion or the notion that Christians should be separate from sin and the world. And so our response towards the scornful person, Proverbs 9:7, Amethyst, you're working on 2. He that reproveth a scorner getteth to himself shame, and he that rebuketh a wicked man getteth himself a blot. Reprove not a scorner, lest he hate thee. Rebuke a wise man, and he will love thee. So, the scorner, you've got to boldly rebuke him. But you got to rebuke him in a loving manner. It's not for the benefit of others. This is for the benefit of others. He won't listen. Okay? So you've got to take the chance, but you've got to do it in love. Proverbs 19:25 and 21:11. Smite a scorner, and he simply will beware, and reprove one that hath understanding, and he will understand knowledge. When the scorner is punished, the simple is made wise, and when the wise is instructed, he receiveth knowledge. He needs to be punished. Okay? Again, we're talking about the scornful person. Okay? Number 3, Proverbs 22:10. Cast out the scorner, and contention shall go out. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Yea, strife and reproach shall cease. So, there's got to come a point when the evil has to go. The scorner has to leave. Once that's there, then the strife is going to cease, or it's at least going to ease down. Okay? But again, all of this has to be done in a loving manner. Although we may drive him out, and get the last part, we shouldn't cast him out. You've got to still be friendly with him, at least. You've got to try to bring him back. And that's where the loving manner fits in. Oops. Okay. Love him. Pray for him. Don't adore his sin and pity his soul. Or do pity his soul. Adore his sin. Don't give in to it. Don't hang it over his head, though. Okay? Because if you constantly, hey, you remember what you did here? Do you remember this? You know, don't hang it over his head. Confront. Forgive. Try to forget. Forgetting is the harder part because it's always in our mind. Okay? But when it comes back up, ask the Lord to help you not to look upon it. Okay. Tomorrow we'll start with the angry man on my slide 79. So, okay, thanks for tuning in. And let's see, Yuvia, good to see you again. I saw everybody else on there. I didn't say hi. Hi, everybody else. Jaden, you're there. Sophia, you're there today. All the other normals, Jeremiah, Lacey, Adam, Giselle, I guess that's Kiv's everybody, Yuvia. Okay, see you at science time. Have a great couple hours. Be ready for grammar next hour. Yeah, baby.
Your quiz tomorrow in literature. I don't know, Ricky. They just really liked the food. Okay, page 153. What is an end rhyme? Okay, everyone should be looking at page 153. Not this one. Types of rhyme here. End rhyme is the repetition of accented or stressed vowel sound and all succeeding sounds. And they come at the ends of the line in poetry. Well, you should be looking at page 153. 153, everybody. Come on. It's the same thing in your book. The repetition of accented or stressed vowel sound and all succeeding sounds. End rhyme obviously comes at the ends of lines of poetry. Internal rhyme is when within the line there are rhyming words. Okay? Obviously internal rhyme, so it's in the rhyme. Approximate rhyme is rhymes that they are similar, but they don't truly rhyme. Like they sound similar, like mice and promise. It kind of has that sound. So that is an approximate rhyme. Obviously, mice doesn't rhyme with promise, but that S kind of sound is rhyming, so that's why it's called an approximate rhyme. Masculine rhymes are one-syllable words, like wide, side, spied. All of those are one syllables. Masculine rhymes. Gabby, take your hood off. Derek, take your hat off. Feminine rhymes is two or more syllables. Alliteration is the use of initial consonant vowel sounds. So tried and true, everything that starts with the same consonant or the vowel in a line of poetry. Safe and sorry, those are the S's. We see that throughout the work that we should have read last night of the bells. Consonants, the repetition of final consonant sounds. First, last has that ST sound on the end. Loves and lives has that V. Avery, do I have to move you guys? I thought she was talking to you. Okay. Consonants.
I'm having trouble hearing you.
Consonants is the repetition of final consonant sounds, as in the first and last. Loves and lives. Assonance is like the consonants. Assonance is the repetition of like vowel sounds followed by unlike consonants, like mile, time, and mind. So within those words, the I is the same as mile, time, and mind, but it's followed by the ending in consonant vowels like L and M and ND. Same thing with EZ and leaf. SY, those are final consonant sounds, but they sound the same with the EA sound, so that's why it's assonance. Same thing with said, ready, and regret has that sound, followed by the last few consonant sounds within those words. Okay, so know the differences between those. Alliteration, consonants, and assonance. Okay, everyone turn to page 154. And then you don't have to look at it with me, but on Winter Ocean, written by John Updike on page 153, it's an apostrophe. Who remembers what an apostrophe is?
It's something that goes when you use like contractions and
In literature terms.
addressing an inanimate object as if it were alive or addressing an absent person as if he were present.
Good. You're talking about someone or something as if it were alive. So that's an apostrophe. This one obviously is talking about the ocean in Winter Ocean. Okay. God's Grandeur, written by Gerard Manley Hopkins. The theme of this is God's greatness, despite man's indifference, is never diminished. Okay, you want to write that down. God's greatness, despite man's indifference, is never diminished. Probably see this later on, so make sure that you are writing down things when I say to write down things, or marking them in your notes. God's greatness, despite man's indifference, is never diminished. Okay? And there are different poetic devices used within God's grandeur. We see alliteration, consonants. Okay. Some different poetical devices used is alliteration. We kind of see that throughout the work. If you guys look in line number 2, shining from the shook, that is the SH sound or the S sound, gathers to a greatness in line 3, G and G, ooze of oil. Those are all O's. That's alliteration when there's a repetition of those consonants or vowels at the beginning of the word. Throughout this, we also see consonants, we see assonance, similes, rhyme schemes, repetition. Just by looking at it, who can tell me what the rhyme scheme would be? Remember, it's kind of what we did on the board, labeling it. Does anybody know just by looking at it?
Yeah, A, B, B, A, B, B, A.
Good. Okay. Not quite in sync, but yes. God rhymes with the 4th line, rod. Those are both A, foil, and oil. Trod rhymes with the 1st and the 4th. Toil, soil, they all rhyme together, so it would just be A, B, B, A, B, B, A. Okay, same thing with the next one that has different ones. We move on to C, D, C, C, D, or whatever like that, okay? You match the rhyme schemes. And then repetition, we see that also throughout the work on line number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All is seared with the trade, bleared, smeared with toil. It's talking mostly about, obviously, the repetition. It's kind of emphasizing, in this case, in line number 5, generations have trod, have trod, have trod. God's grandeur is also talking about God's magnificence in nature. Okay, we see that in the first sentence. The world is charged with the grandeur of God. It will flame out like shining from shook foil. It gathers to a greatness like the ooze of oil crushed. So it's talking about how God, it's charged with the world is charged. So in this case, it's talking about kind of like a battery where you charge it and it's filled with electricity. So nature is kind of filled with God's grandeur. Same thing, same simile or metaphor like that. It will flame out like shining from a shook foil. This is kind of talking about maybe if you guys ever shook aluminum foil and it kind of reflects light. That's what it's saying. Nature is reflecting God's grandeur. And then throughout this work, he's kind of surprised as to how men have trod, have trod, have trod. That's the repetition of how generation after generation have kind of diminished the work of God, have diminished the greatness of God. Men that they don't have time to really appreciate the true things of God because of their own progress, because of their own accomplishments. It kind of takes away from the creation of God. So that's his work and his purpose in writing God's grandeur. God's greatness, despite man's indifference, is never diminished. Okay, go ahead and look over at the bells on page 155. Pleasant and unpleasant sounds. Okay, there is euphony, which is soft or smooth, pleasant effect in poetry, something that'll kind of give you a happy kind of tone. This is euphony. And then the thing that is opposite of that is cacophony, which is rough, harsh, unpleasant effects in poetry. So you want to know the differences between those two? Euphony and cacophony. Obviously, euphony is good, cacophony is bad. And it gives that rough, harsh, unpleasant effect in poetry. It depends on what you're writing. So if you're writing about, like we'll look at it in the bells, if you're writing about something very sad, something alarming, you would use cacophony to kind of emphasize that tone. Well, let's see. Okay, page 155. Let's go through the work. Shh. Okay. The Bells. The Bells was written by Edgar Allan Poe. There are multiple poetic devices used in here, like onomatopoeia, internal rhyme, feminine rhyme, masculine rhyme. We'll go throughout those. The Bells, written by Edgar Allan Poe. Okay, look on page 155. Look at the first line. Hear the sledges with the bells, silver bells. What a world of merriment their melody foretells. In this case, this first part of the work is talking about sleigh bells, probably at Christmas time. The silver is kind of depicting bells to be kind of music-filled, lighthearted. If you guys look throughout, it says how they tinkle, tinkle, tinkle. That's kind of onomatopoeia. How when you think of a bell and a nice upbeat kind of bell, tinkle is kind of the word that you would use to describe it. So we see that with onomatopoeia, and we see the repetition there to kind of emphasize the poetic device there and kind of further on the rhythm that we have throughout this work. While the stars that oversprinkle all the heavens seem to twinkle, there's a feminine use of rhyme here. Oversprinkle, that's 2 or more syllables. Rhyming with twinkle, that's 2 or more syllables. So we know that feminine rhymes, they have 2 or more syllables with them. With a crystalline delight, keeping time, time, time. In a short of runic rhyme, we know time and rhyme, it's 1 syllable, so that's masculine. These are just the different kinds of poetic devices used throughout the work. So it's talking about sleigh bells, but here's where euphony is used. Okay, look at page 155, line 17. Okay, this one's talking about wedding bells. Okay, hear the mellow wedding bells, the golden bells. Gold is kind of a picture of endurance, strength, beauty. But here's where the euphony is. What a world of happiness their harmony foretells through the balmy air of night, how they ring out their delight. Okay, that's a pleasant kind of way that he's portraying the golden bells, right? So turn the page. Actually, before you do, look at line 31. We see some internal rhyme there to the swinging and the ringing. That's where we see internal rhyme is in the same line. Rhyming words are used. And then in page 156, look at page 156, this is where we see cacophony, okay? This is where it's talking about alarm bells. Line number 36, here the loud alarm bells, brazen bells. These are made out of brass. They're harsh and loud. So brass bells are kind of depicting a harsh call to action, but this is where cacophony is used. What a tale of terror now their turbulency tells. In the startled ear of night, how they scream out their affright. So it's using cacophony to depict something that's harsh, something that's negative. No, it's a way to describe harsh and unharsh words, euphony and cacophony. Uh-huh. Gotcha. Yes, in like the tone. Okay? So those are the differences between cacophony and euphony. We see shriek, shriek in line 42. That's also onomatopoeia when it's talking about a bell and shrieking, an alarm bell. More feminine rhyme throughout the work at the top of the page, page 156 on the right-hand side, leaping higher, higher, higher with a desperate desire. Feminine rhymes there, 2 or more. We see alliteration in line 54, how they clang and clash, the C's and C's there. Same thing in line 65, sinking, swelling. Line 69, clamor and clangor. All of those are alliteration with the repetition of the consonants there. And then in line 70 and 71, we see the tolling of the bells, iron bells. When we think of a bell that's tolling, it's kind of a sad depiction of a bell. And in this case, this line is talking about funeral bells with iron bells. And iron bells are used to depict the cold solemnness of death. And then it just goes on to describe the differences between those bells. Okay, and then we see a lot of repetition. It just, like I said, furthers along the rhyme and the rhythm. And then on page 158, it all just talks about bells, 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 honestly. If you guys see that on lines 110 all the way to the end. Okay, that's what it talks about, all right? So that's just the repetition to further along the rhythm and to kind of emphasize, kind of like what we learned about in the Pied Piper of Hamelin when it was talking about all these kinds of rats, big rats, brown rats, scrawny rats, all of those. It's to emphasize the multitude of the rats. So same thing with here. There's so many bells that are being depicted within this story. Okay? Your homework tonight is to read pages 150. Oh, today's Wednesday. Never mind. Okay, go ahead and put that away. We'll go over that tomorrow. All right, go ahead and take out your vocab. Let's go over to list number 6. You should have written 1 through 5, your vocabulary twice, and their definitions. Doug and Derek, please stop talking. Okay, look at page 46 in your book. Yes, Elijah.
Sorry. Did I turn mine in?
I don't know, so you're the only one who knows. Okay, everyone open your vocab books to page 46. Isaac, are you doing other homework in my class? Okay, well then you can close your other book. Literature, make sure you're paying attention, okay? I'm going to say the word and you say the definition. Number 1, carnage. Mass slaughter of humans. Number 2, effectual. Number 3, facile. Okay, number 4, fortitude. Number 5, gratuity. Number 6, implicate. Good, so that should have been turned in from last night's homework. Everyone turn to page 45, look at 6A, 6A. Okay, this one you're just practicing commonly misspelled words, okay? Commonly misspelled words. So there's not really a rule to this one that you can follow and kind of remember, but these are commonly misspelled. Absence, okay, absorption, accept, cafeteria, calendar, campaign, concede.
Why don't they have exercise on here? It's so hard to spell.
What do you mean? Oh, an exercise to practice them?
It's like E-X-E, E-X-S,
So make sure that when you are practicing these, you are sounding them out the way that they are. Kind of like we did last week with the A and CE, E and CE. You're just going to have to look at it for as it is. But look at your rule on the bottom with the words ending in seed. Okay, supersede is the only verb in English language ending in S-E-D-E. Okay, supersede, S-E-D-E. Exceed, proceed, and succeed are the only verbs ending in C-E-E-D. Okay, all other endings have a seed sound or spelled C-E-D-E. So there's one rule that you can look at this. The only word that is spelled with S-E-D-E is supersede. The only words with C-E-E-D is exceed, proceed, and succeed. Okay, everything else is C-E-D-E.
You're spelling out the words wrong. It's spelled ecstasy, like ecstasy, when you know it's actually X-T-C.
It's not. That's how you spell it.
Ecstasy.
E-C-S, that's obviously X, but it's not E-X.
No, it's just X-T-C.
Well, you can spell it E-X on your quiz and get it wrong if you want, okay? So number 9, exceed, same thing with your rule. Fascinate, handsome, don't forget that D there. Intercede, pamphlet. Precede, proceed, realize with a Z, recede, secede, succeed, and supersede. So all of those end in C-E-D-E except for supersede, exceed, proceed, and succeed. Okay? So that's what you're looking for when you are writing these, but obviously no homework tonight, but make sure that you are practicing these because your quiz next week will be on Wednesday. Actually, Tuesday, not Wednesday. Okay? You got that, Austin?
Yeah.
Quiz on Tuesday. All right, go ahead and put that away. Last but not least, take out your grammar books. The homework last night was page 122. You were to finish the exercise, so let's go over that. Page 122 in your book. Okay. Making verbs agree with noun subjects. Let's look at the subjects that you've underlined and the incorrect verb form in the parentheses. Okay, we already did doesn't and no yet. The Netherlands has. Where are the books? International Falls has. The continuing news is. And then, did we do number 6?
No, it's 6 through 15 on the
All right, here we go. So let's do number 6. Here is or are the notes from the history lecture that you missed yesterday. What's my subject here, class?
Subject and are is the verb.
Okay, notes is the subject, are. Good, notes is plural, so I'm choosing a plural verb. Isaac, give me what you did in number 7. Although once a common disease, mumps is or are now controllable by vaccine.
Mumps is your subject, and R is your, what you're keeping.
Not are. Shh, Austin. Mumps is, because mumps is a disease altogether. Okay, it's not an individual mump as like a collective, like a plural. Mumps is one disease, so you would look at it as one subject. Okay, number 8. Shakespeare's Comedy of Errors finally reunites two sets of twin brothers, or reunite two sets of twin brothers.
Comedy of errors is the subject.
Mm-hmm.
Reunites with an S.
Good. Why?
Because comedy of errors is a single play.
Good. Comedy of Errors is a single play, so I would use a singular verb. Number 9, Derek. Okay, well then tell me. There go or goes happy customers with their baskets filled with bargains. Gotta look at it. Why isn't your book open? Derek, I'm going to move you up here so you can pay attention better. Let's go. Number 9, there go or goes happy customers with their baskets filled with bargains. What's my subject and what's my verb? Yep. Is filled a subject? There go or goes happy customers with their baskets filled with bargains.
Baskets.
Not the subject. Try again. Customers, good. Okay. Customers is my subject. Obviously, go or goes is my verb. Is customers singular or plural? Plural. So what would I choose? Go. Okay. Not goes. Remember, with an S, Amethyst, stop. With an S is singular, without an S is plural. Okay, number 10. Isn't or aren't there 150 chapters in the book of Psalms? Adrian? What's my subject? Good. Good. Number 10, chapters is my subject. Aren't is my verb, or with the adverb there. The contraction I would use. Number 11, was or were the president as well as his chief aide available for comment? Let's go with Andrew. What's my subject here? President. What would be my verb? What was it? Was. Good. President was available for comment. Number 12, Doug, sorry. What's my subject? What's my verb that I choose there? Good. Good. Mr. Fisher is my subject. Doesn't have anything. You wouldn't say Mr. Fisher don't have anything to do. Okay, number 13. As you continue your exercise, your stamina increases or increase. Ricky? What's my subject? Do you need to be moved up here too so you can pay attention? Okay, we're number 13. What's my subject? What's my verb?
Subject is exercises.
Not exercises. Okay, what's my verb? Increases. Good. Number 14, Dickens, Dickens' Great Expectations is or are the story of a boy who inherits unusual wealth. Gabby? Great Expectations. Good is my subject. Good. Is my verb. Number 15, there is or are over 18,000 airports in the United States. Jesse, what's my subject?
Cross out is.
What's my subject?
Subject is airport.
Good. Airports. And then what would I choose for my verb?
Cross out is.
Good. You would keep are. Airports are in the United States. Okay? Look at page 123. 123, making verbs agree with noun subjects. Collective nouns may be either singular or plural. Okay? We know what a collective noun is. That's a bunch of nouns to make up one whole noun. But they can either be singular and plural, and you have to tell the difference of how. Okay? So here's how. Look at your explanation. A collective noun names a group and is singular in form. Your examples are jury, team, class, family. A collective noun is singular when the group is thought of as a unit. A collective noun is plural when the group is thought of as individuals acting separately. Okay? My goodness. All right, so number 10, expressions stating amounts, fractions, measurements. All of these may be either singular or plural. They are singular when the amount is considered a unit. They are plural when the amount is regarded as separate parts. So 2/3 of the milk was spilled. You can't really separate milk, so therefore it's all singular. Okay, 2/3 of the peanuts were gone. You can count peanuts, therefore 2/3 would be plural. So it just depends within the within the sentence that you're using, or your part that you're using with, that will be singular or plural. Okay, and the number 11, words that end in ICS may be singular or plural depending on their meaning. Okay, so look at letter A. When words that end in ICS refer to a course of a study or to a science, they are considered singular. So sciences, courses of studies, they're all singular. Civics, dramatics, mathematics, all of those are singular, but when they don't refer to a study or a science, they're considered plural. So economics, gymnastics, ethics, all of those are plural. Okay? So go ahead and work on the exercise on page 123. We'll go through these, work on the exercise. Okay, Austin, give me number 1. Underline the subject, cross out the incorrect verb form, same thing what we were doing before. Our family often goes to hear the local symphony orchestra.
Goes.
Good, family goes. Make sure you give me my subject as well. Okay, family is my subject, they go. Family goes. Number 2, Emily's ethics is or are above reproach. Lena, what's my subject? Ethics, would I look at that as singular or plural? Good. So what would I choose? R. Number 3, $3 is or are a small price to pay for an evening of beautiful music. What's my subject here, Avery? $3 is my entire subject because it's not a course or a study. Number 3, $3 is my subject. Is that singular or plural? Good. Actually, this one is talking about singular because it's the price. It's one price. So it's not saying one individual dollar, two individual dollar, three individual dollar. It's as a whole. So this would be singular. $3 is. Number 4, harmonics, the science of dealing with the musical sounds, is or are a required course this year. Let's go with Adrian. What's my subject? On number 4. Harmonics, is that singular or plural?
That is plural, so the verb, the verb is.
Okay. So if it's plural, why would my verb be is? So the correct form is, but harmonics is singular. Okay? Because it is a science. Number 5, the music faculty of my brother's college contributes their time and talents to the civic music program. Elijah, what's my subject here?
The subject?
What are they talking about? Are they talking about my brother's college? Are they talking about the faculty? What are they talking about?
Yeah, so I'm trying to debate because I have college and faculty underlined, but I
Okay, not college, but faculty should be underlined. Good, that's my subject. Faculty should be underlined. So, is that singular or plural? In this case, you have to look at it. It's one of those that you have to look at. This one would be plural. Good. Okay, so what would I choose if it is plural?
contribute.
Good. Not S. Okay, contribute. Okay. Number 6, our class is or are going to attend. What is my subject class? Class. Okay, is that singular or plural? It is singular in this case because everyone's going to attend as one unit. So what would I choose? Is. Then the last one for today, dramatics is or are a necessary study for those involved in producing operas. Good. Dramatics is my subject. It is a course that they're going to take, a necessary study for those involved in operas. So I would choose is. Okay? You guys are dismissed. No homework for tonight.
All right, ladies in the back. Okay, again, I've already said it once. There has been people that have been having struggles. Rick, Isaac, Austin, everyone, stop talking. All right, you guys, this corner, when Doug's over here, this corner, you guys talk too much. Okay, you have to stop talking. Other teachers are coming to me and complaining, so we will have to move you if you not stop talking. Because I'm the one that said, hey, if people are talking, Mr. S, we're going to move them. He said, yeah, that's okay. So they're coming to me saying, hey, they're talking again. All right, I'll have to move them. Who? Shh. All right, Derek, put your mask on. Everyone pull out your notes. Distant learners, I hope you're doing well. Thank you for putting your names in the chat. It's good to see all of you guys. Sophia's not here today.
How many did you guys win by last night?
I don't remember, dude. We won by like 8, I think.
It was 40-32.
Yeah, 8. We could have won by more. Should have won by more. It's okay, though. You weren't there. I didn't start Anthony and Leonard because they didn't go to the game on Monday. Leonard got in foul trouble. Go figure, because he's 6'5", so they don't want him in the game because they want it to be fair. I understand. But really, we can beat any of the teams easily, but the one team that's going to be tough is Faith. Faith JV is pretty good this year.
Dude, Marcus is the best.
No, we're still playing varsity.
That looked like
I mean, are we going to win? Probably not. Lighthouse does. Liberty doesn't. We just play Liberty. No, they don't. Varsities, you have Lighthouse, Montecito, Pacific, Faith, and us. Friday is Montecito, the white team that was playing Lighthouse when we were leaving. That's the team we're playing. What? At Lighthouse Gym, yes. All right, let's pull out our notes. We'll talk about basketball after if you have any questions. Right now, no more. It's good to see everyone. If you have any questions, distant learners, let me know. Okay, Friday, again, I've been saying it all week, said it last week, is the end of the grading period. So make sure everything's getting turned in. I'm doing my best to get all the grades in on time. I think I have 2 more essays to grade in this classroom. After I'm done with those, I'll return the rest of them. I think there's like 6 or 7 of them I still have. Okay, make sure our phones aren't out, nothing's out.
starting off strong with note 69.
69, yes sir.
Yeah.
He already did. All right, we're going to jump right into the notes after we pray and try to get the move on. All right, this is a long chapter. I'm trying to get through it as quick as I can. Austin, your chair shouldn't be off the ground anyways. Okay, any prayer requests? Yes, sir.
I just have a question. What's up with the number 69? People always think it's so funny, but I don't see any humor in it.
It's not funny. Not at all. They're idiots. Anyone, prayer requests? Shh, ladies in the back. Avery, chair down. Doug.
For basketball and my grandpa.
With basketball, one for our safety, but also that Doug can consistently play. Also pray for his grandpa. Health stuff. All right, shh, no one should be talking at this time. Adrian, that's your warning. All right, any other prayer requests? All right, we'll pray, and then we will get started. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, thank you for today. Thank you for everyone that is here, Lord. Thank you for the ability to have live stream. For those who are distant learning, Lord, keep them safe at home. Make sure they're staying diligent on top of their work, Lord. Please help all the students here to stay safe. Make sure to take it seriously, Lord. Do the things they're supposed to do. And don't give a hassle about it. Please allow them to finish this grading period strong, Lord. For them to be able to not affect the hard work they put in up to this point. For those who are maybe slacking a little bit, for them to push and get good grades on the things that are remaining. For them to get over that hump and then start the new year and the new grading period strong. Please help today's notes, Lord, for them to go well. Please help Doug's grandfather, Lord, with his health, Lord. Give him strength through this time. Give the family patience and trust in you, comfort through you. Please help all the basketball teams. As the ladies, they have one more game and then their championship game. As we'll find the date for that, give them safety for that. Thankful that we're allowed to even have a season this year, Lord. I know it's not exactly what we want. Definitely not what I wanted, but more than honestly, what most people have this year. Please help the guys, Lord, as we have a few more games as well, for us to stay safe in travel, stay safe in health. Make sure we're working ourselves, not just in practice or at games, but in our own time, Lord. Please help the remaining games and then the tournaments for both teams, for them to just do their best, be able to come back with some dubs. Please bless this class and the rest of this week. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. All right, picking up where we left off. We should already have this note. I went over it yesterday. Yes? Yes, everyone has this? All right, so we're going to move quickly today. I'm not really going to elaborate on stuff. I'm trying to move quickly, so stay paying attention. Okay, that means you can't talk, Adrian. That means you're not bouncing your pen up and down. It means your notes are out, nothing else is out, and you're writing your notes. And if you're not going to do that, I'll just give you demerits. And that is your you problem. Then you get to take out a piece of paper and start writing them. All right, you can't lose your notes 3 times every chapter, because that's what happens. Okay, you guys are lucky this year. I'm being kind. I'm not doing notebook checks. Okay, in the future, I'll do notebook checks. If you don't have notes, that's 100 if you do, 0 if you don't. Okay. Yeah, I know. I'll check it after the chapter. Not like I'm not gonna say, hey, you have to keep every chapter of notes. No. But I will say next year it'll also be, hey, you have to keep your tests. I need to see your tests because tests are good grading sources to use for grading for finals or studying for finals and stuff. All right, moving on. Yes, we will have that. I'm sure, honestly, Amethyst, for you, it probably is. But for some, it will help them. All right, so let's keep on moving. We did this one too, didn't we? Could have sworn we did that one. Maybe not. Maybe it is my other class. We talked about this guy already. Rick, make sure nothing else is out underneath the desk. Put it away. I don't want to see it again, or else I'll take it. All right, we have Count Nicholas von Ziesendorf. All right, what area are we in now?
Like American Revolution. Like mid-1700s?
Okay, not the time. What area?
Oh, Germany.
There you go, Germany. Where were we? We were in France, then we were in England, now we're in Germany. Okay, it's all dealing with this Reformation time. Okay, this Reformation. Okay, so we have in Germany, we have this Count Nicholas, which is my name, spelled the same way. Von Ziesendorf, which is not my name. Imagine calling me Mr. Z.
Mr. Zinzendorf?
Because look at Nicholas. Is there a K in Nicholas? So I've never understood why people did that. Unless their name's just Nick, then it's spelled that way. But my name is Nicholas, so short for Nicholas is N-I-C. I don't know, so I've always done it that way.
Nicole.
Yeah, I don't know why people do that.
My contact name for you, I have Mr. Coral and then a bunch of like freezing face emojis.
Yeah, I saw it. All right, here we go. Okay, this man, this Count Nicholas, is a young German nobleman. Okay, he trained as a pietist, okay, at the University of Halle in Germany. He opened his estate in Saxony as a refuge for persecuted Moravians. Who were the Moravians? Okay, part of the Brethren. Remember the Brethren, which was a part of German Baptists. Okay, so it's a group of specific German Baptists at this time. Okay, it became known as, I think I forgot an E. It's supposed to be Herrenhut. Okay, which is the Lord, meaning the Lord's protection. You'll want to know that. Herrenhut means the Lord's protection. Okay, this area, or this headquarters of Herrenhut, is the headquarters for the Moravian missionary activities. Okay, so no, Herrenhut means Lord's protection, headquarters of missionary work. All right, but this is going to bring us to another covenant. What does covenant mean? Covenant.
Like a promise.
Like a promise. I make a covenant or a promise to you. Okay, we see like in the Bible, Abraham's covenant or God's covenant to Abraham. Okay, his promise to him. Okay, we have the halfway covenant. Okay, this was passed by the Puritans. Okay, remember at this time we have a lot of different religions trying to take power. Okay, we have Catholics, Lutherans. Okay, we have obviously Moravians, which were German Baptists. Okay, we have separatists, independents. Okay, we have all these different things. A lot of them, other than Catholics, coming from the Bible. Okay, remember I said how they all deterred a little bit. Okay, so all little different beliefs. Okay, but this halfway covenant, it allowed unconverted relatives of church members to join the church. Because at this time, they were very strict on, hey, these people can join the church. Okay, in certain countries, they had, as we've talked about, established and state churches. Okay, where you have to go to certain churches, territory churches. Okay, but this halfway covenant said, hey, if you're not saved, okay, you can still come to our church, which, and today, that's what the church is for.
Join the church, not just come to the church.
Yeah, join the church. So meaning like at this time, you had to be like saved and part of a family, like the group, to join this church. Yes.
But that's a fat L.
And that's not
halfway anything.
Yeah.
It's not good.
There you go. All right, but this is going to bring us to two places that we should know. Okay, they're a little bit different than they were back in the day. Okay, but Harvard and Yale. Okay, these are going to become great institutions of higher learning. Okay, they were originally supposed to guard future piety by educating future ministers, and had become a main cause for the decline of piety in the pulpit. Okay, Harvard and Yale are obviously not that today. Okay, but what they were in the beginning, what does what mean?
It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't. I actually read it. I don't know what's missing.
Institutions of higher learning that really use regard, future
Bro,
pride,
Harvard
exchange,
teaches you
sort of
how to
have
play
become a
peach
cause.
drum, you know?
It's missing something, but I don't know.
Maybe it should be like that had become a
Probably. Let's read it. Cigar misters. That would work. I don't think that's the word, but that'll work for now.
Sorry, it was just
No, you're good. I read it and I saw it too. I just didn't want to change it. Now, all right, so we see Harvard and Yale, okay, again to this time, these different religions. Okay, Harvard and Yale were originally institutions for the furthering of the study of the Bible. Okay, for theology, for people to learn the Bible, then to be able to go and preach the Bible, to teach the Bible. Okay, but obviously it's not that today. It's now considered a, you okay, you're doing like Piccolo,
I don't understand.
Sibey Canon or something.
We're talking about Germany, and all of a sudden it's Harvard and Yale, which I'm pretty sure is in America.
It is in America, but this is just, remember we're talking about these areas, but we're all talking about the Reformation, these things that go to it.
I'm like, no.
Because we just talked about the count, and then we talked about professors. Okay, this is another reason why we're talking about it. Okay, moving along. Okay, Jonathan Edwards. Okay, this is someone we need to know. Again, because during this time, it's all happening at the same time. Okay, we have these countries. We have America is becoming their country, just like we were talking about France, the France and American Revolution. Okay, we're not really talking about a specific place right now, but this Reformation. We're jumping around the world. Okay, Jonathan Edwards is one of America's greatest thinkers. He was the pastor of a congregational church in Northampton, Massachusetts. Okay, so now we're seeing this Reformation or change of religion and that movement in England. We saw it in France. We talked about a little bit of Germany. Okay, now we're talking about a little bit of America's, the growth of their religion. Okay, the growth of what was going to happen in America, the beginning of America. Big nose gang. Okay, God worked through him and his most famous sermon, as all of us probably have heard before. Okay, sinners in the hands of an angry God. That's Jonathan Edwards, his writing, his sermon.
Listen how flowy that is. Sinners in the hands of an angry God.
Okay, but this is going to be a belief. We talked about it before. Okay, but a false belief in teaching about God, and a lot of people believed. Again, at this time, we're seeing people grow and learn the Bible. That's why they're starting institutions. But not everyone does. Okay, remember we have these religions that started out really good. Okay, but they deterred. Okay, they went away from the Bible, from the truth. Okay, so we have this false teaching of God. Deism is the false teaching that after God created the world and its natural laws, he left things to run on their own. I swear we did.
I'm so sure that we did, because we were all like,
Is this in your guys' notes?
yeah.
Man, I was thinking I messed up or something. I was thinking I messed up.
And then I said, that's a bunch of oligarchy.
Yeah, you did. You did. You just like that word, though.
That was like 3 days.
It was. All right, moving on. Again, like I said, we're not talking about one area. We're talking about all these different areas at once. About the Reformation, the growth of their religion. Okay, in this time period around the late 1700s, which is like 1690s, 80s. Okay, England in the 1700s. This is all leading to the beginning of America, which we'll get to here shortly. I think starting next chapter. Okay, the England in the 1700s. Okay, obviously talking about England now. Most of the Puritans had migrated to New England. Okay, which is like our New England in America.
Connecticut?
Avery's old home. New Jersey, Maine, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Delaware, New York, Pennsylvania, all those places over there. We did. We did.
Avery,
You did.
is it true that Joyzy has a bunch of places that sell gyros?
What are gyros?
Nah, dude, Philly cheesesteak, dude.
Yeah.
Cheese whiz.
It's so good.
Oh my god!
It's not. It's different, dude. It's
Then
different.
do you have good pizza there? Okay, okay.
And Philly cheesesteaks, dude. Newark, New Jersey. Philly cheesesteak, cheese whiz. Check it out, man. I don't know if it's where she is, but in Newark, New Jersey, right by New York. It's like right by New York. Yeah, that's where you live? You've never had Philly cheesesteaks with Cheese Whiz? You like the liquid cheese? Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. Everyone I know that lives there, when I go visit, they're like, hey man, we gotta go get this. I forget the place it's called though. No, not the city. It's like a restaurant. It's like a Philly cheesesteak place. I don't remember what it's called. You've never even had a Philly cheesesteak? Not in Newark though. It's in Newark, like right there. That's crazy. In Newark, New Jersey. Yes, Newark. Oh, I don't know. I'm not from there. It's Newark. Newark. Same thing. Tomato, tomato. You never had a Philadelphia cheesesteak? Yeah. It's still the same thing though. Like the liquid cheese on it. It's called Cheese Whiz. It's good though. It's so good. But it's good.
It's probably not even good, like, cheddar cheese. I bet it's, like, the crap cheese that you eat with, like, crap.
I don't know what it is, but it's good. It's liquid. All right, moving on. Sorry, I got distracted. Food is always on my mind. You know what I'm saying? I love food. I'm a foodie. I love food.
Dude, Mr. Coral, go to Wiener Schnitzel. They're selling.
Luckily, my mom gave me good metabolism, dude. I can't help that. She's 5'2", 115 pounds, 120 pounds.
Go to Wiener Schnitzel. They're selling.
All right, here we go. Moving on. Everyone quiet. Bring it back together. All right, talk about England in the 1700s. Okay, Puritans migrated to New England. Okay, there were also persecution ceased. Shh, Adrian. Quiet now. Adrian. No more. Conversation's done. Okay, persecution ceased at this time. Okay, obviously, if they're not living there, okay, we see that there's not as much friction because now there's not friction. People are just like, hey, I'm out of here. Okay, we also see Puritans who remained, lost their zeal and influence for good. Okay, so the Puritans that are like, hey, I'm going for God. I'm not being part of this Roman Catholic Church. Okay, they didn't fight anymore. They're like, we're just going to leave. Okay, and those who did stay, they're like, they weren't really strong in their belief anyways. They're like, whatever, I'll just do what they want me to. I'll live my life. Okay, they didn't care. Okay, they were weak in their faith. Okay, so we see English people who had more freedom than they had known at any time in their history during this time. Okay, English people did have a lot of freedom. What? We're talking about England. In England. Because now we're not seeing no more absolute monarchy. Remember, they're getting away from that. Okay, people left the teachings of the Bible and had become slaves to their own passions in this time period. Adrian, stop messing with your pen. No, I don't care if it's fun. You're distracting and annoying. So don't do it.
I think you just took it a bit too far.
Shh. Okay, so people left their teachings again. They're leaving the Bible completely. Okay, at this time, again, we see a little bit of the idea of leaving even the Roman Catholic Church, or they would just go to church because it was their duty. Okay, and they would just pursue their goals, their passions, their personal things. Okay, God was no longer something on the forefront of their mind. Okay, in the term we see here, they became slaves of their own passions. Okay, that's something we see in America today, right? We find a passion, which is a passion a bad thing? No. It's a good thing. You should have admiration and want to become better and have a passion in something. Okay, but when it consumes you, okay, when you're a slave to it, put your chair down. I've asked 1,000 times, keep it down. Next time I ask for anyone, it will be demerits. Keep your chairs down. All right, but when you become or consumed by your passions, or you become, like we see, a slave of your passions, it controls you. Okay, you shouldn't be controlled by something. Okay, we should only be controlled by one thing, if anything, and that's God. Okay, but He gave us a free will. He wants us to choose to do right. Okay, He's not making us do anything. Okay, at this time also, because passions were chosen, okay, they're pursuing their own passions. God is not in the forefront of their mind. Because this gambling became or was the favorite sport or indoor sport. Okay, in this time period, so people like to gamble their money. Okay, it was fun. It was thrilling. Okay, but the Bible tells us, hey, we're supposed to be good stewards. Is gambling being a good steward of your money?
Yes.
No. Okay, no, it's not.
I don't want people to gamble for money. It would be much more.
It's not a good steward of your money. It's not.
Favors.
Am I saying it's sin? It can be. I'm not saying gambling in itself is sin, but it can be because it. Listen. Okay, I'm not saying gambling is wrong, but I am saying if you become consumed with it, it is wrong. Okay, it's wrong. You're being consumed by a passion. It becomes wrong. All right, but let's say this. All right, let's say I save up money, $5. All right, now we're going to play Uno, and let's play dollar Uno. Okay, where we play Uno, we all put $1 in the pot. Okay, as long as I'm not consumed with it, then it would be okay. I'm not going to really discuss this and go into a biblical argument in this. Okay, but we see gambling consume people. So in that sense, it became a sin in this nation. Okay, gin, if you don't know what it is, it's a strong drink. Okay, gin became the favorite drink in this time period as well. Shh. She doesn't. Okay, continuing on. Immorality was rampant among the rich and poor alike. Shh. Guys. 10th graders. No more. Okay, political leaders were known for their loose living, love of liquor, and weakness of bribery. Okay, so we're seeing, the focus of England, they were growing, it was on God, he got away from God, and we see this basically just polluting of England, becoming so lost, consumed with these different things. Okay, bribery, obviously the consumption of money. Okay, is money a bad thing? No, not at all. You need money to live. Okay, but if that's your God or that's your idol or that's all your passion is, then it can become a bad thing.
When you say loose, can you give me a definition of loose living?
Living day to day, no planning. So like, hey, I live for this moment. I spend my money in this moment. Okay, I'm not really taking care of myself. That kind of stuff. Loose living. The popular literature of the period was coarse and immoral, and very little of it is read today.
Now that is the most assaulting part. That the drinking and the loose living and the bribery was all fine, but you ruined the literature, and that's why you suck.
I mean, they crossed the line long before then, but
No, it was the literature.
no, it was all of it. Okay, but this is going to bring us to a new time period. Okay, so we see this Reformation time period as we're leaving it. Okay, but this is going to be the new time period of this England, Germany, France, okay, Greece, okay, kind of all of Europe. Anyone know the age of amethyst? Quick hands, but stop. Okay, age of reason. The age of reason. Okay, so what was the Reformation? What time period were we just talking about?
Like 1600s.
Next one. 1700s, which is the 1600s. Okay, so 1700s is 1601 to 1699.
No, the 17th century is 16.
Yes, there you go. You are right. Okay, so we talked about that. Now we're going to be in the 18th century, which is the 1700s. Okay, we're talking about this age of reason. Okay, in England, because of several English philosophers and writers adopted the forms of things we talked about before. Rationalism. What was rationalism?
It's not the man's fault, it's society's fault.
There you go. Deism. Good job, Austin. Deism. We just talked about it. What's deism? Adrian, sit up in your chair. Stop acting like you're 5. I shouldn't have to tell you every 10 seconds. Sit up straight and write notes. All right, yes, you're right, Gabby. Okay, and we also see other humanistic philosophers. Okay, what is humanism?
To believe in humans.
You adore yourself. You are your own God. All right, so we see that all these ideas being the forefront rather than even any religion. No more Lutheranism. Lutheranism. I cannot speak. Lutheranism. I'm struggling, Jesse. All right, but some people we need to know. Just a few more, and we are done for today in this age of reason. John Locke. Okay, you really need to know him. Okay, he was one of the most influential philosophers of the age of reason.
I like that guy.
Bless you. He claimed to be a Christian and promoted Christian morals, but is a word in the Bible. If you ever see but or rather, okay, it means, hey, this, but listen up. Okay, there's a bad side or there's another side to this story. Okay, he claimed to be a Christian. He promoted a lot of Christian morals, but often supplanted the authority of the Bible with humanistic and rationalism and empiricism. A little bit. Okay, so we see, we see him saying, hey, I'm a Christian. I adopt Christian morals, so maybe standards. Okay, but while he maybe says, hey, I believe in these morals, okay, he didn't really push out the Bible. He didn't say, hey, this is what the Bible says, this is what we should believe. Okay, he would adopt their morals, stand for their morals, but his ideology would still be rationalism. Okay, hey, it's society's fault. Okay, or hey, it's deism. Okay, I believe in a God, okay, but I don't believe he has anything to do with us. Okay, and all these different things, humanistic beliefs. Hey, like we're kind of our own God. It's our fault, or we got to do things better. Okay, God has no effect on me. Okay, and I said empiricism. What is that? If we don't already know, okay, empiricism is the belief that experience is the only source of knowledge. Now, experience can be a good source of knowledge, okay, but it is not the only source of knowledge.
People learn from experiences.
That is true. No, it is true. The statement has some truth to it, okay, but to say an extreme of only,
Oh, yeah.
okay, or all, okay, that is not true. Okay, that's where he faltered a little bit. Okay, so empiricism is the belief that experience is the only source of knowledge.
Wait, why is it empiricism instead of experiencism?
You're asking the wrong person.
Because that makes it sound like you
I-
believe in an
Oh my goodness, Jesse.
How clutch ya!
How many times are you going to break that camera? I heard you did that before.
The whole camera's gone.
All right, we're good. Jesse didn't break it this time. I'm just kidding. All right, moving on. Just a few things that John Locke said and believed in. Okay, he quoted this: the last resort of man has recourse to in the conduct of himself is his understanding, okay, or his knowledge. Okay, he said that. Okay, obviously it's worded a little weird. That was how things were written. Rick, put them all away. Now, put them all away. Play later at recess time.
You don't get a reason.
I know.
What are you talking about?
Exactly, because you're not 5 years old anymore. Okay, you guys get a very long lunch.
No, we just sit inside for 15 minutes because they always stay out longer than they should.
I mean, that is true. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man.
That is true.
And if we can eat
Okay, another thing that John Locke not quoted but believed in, okay, his declaration or his ideas, okay, this declaration leaves out the supreme authority of the Word of God. That's why it's wrong. Okay, the last resort of man has recourse to in the conduct of himself, saying, hey, believing in myself, in man, his understanding, my knowledge. Things are based off my knowledge. Okay, the last resort is my knowledge, myself, okay, which isn't true. Okay, the Bible tells us to trust and put all of our cares upon who? God or him. Okay, talking about Jesus or God. Okay, the belief or his belief of this was truly the last words on how we should conduct our lives. We should believe, hey, in the Bible, okay, in God. Okay, now, should we further our understanding and knowledge so we can have more wisdom? Okay, or knowledge to understand wisdom? Yes. Okay, we shouldn't be lazy. Okay, we should know things. Okay, but we shouldn't rely just on ourselves, or else something's going to go bad and your life's going to get messed up.
No man is an island, entire of itself.
There you go. Okay, this brings us to our next philosopher, David Hume.
Oh no, class is over.
David Hume, not quite. David Hume. We have like 2 more notes and then we'll be done. Okay, but no, John Locke. Okay, what was his idea or ism that he made or believed?
Empiricism.
Empiricism. Okay, what was that? We'll need to know who did it, who he was. No. Experience is the source of knowledge. Good way to put it. Okay, you guys know the quote, experience is the best teacher? Okay, it's kind of like that idea. Okay, now experience is a good teacher. Okay, but to say it's the only source or the best teacher, that is false. Okay, now David Hume had a different ideology. He promoted the philosophy as skepticism. Okay, he rejected Christianity's stand on the absolute truths of the Bible, as well as anything that was supernatural. Okay, he was a little more crazy. He said, hey, there basically is no God. The Bible is not absolute truth. It's just words. Okay, he's a skeptic.
Because the Bible disapproved of his love of little children.
Shh, Amethyst, quiet.
Look at that face.
Hold it to yourself. Okay, his belief is skepticism. What is that? Okay, that's the idea that to know truth is impossible and that knowledge is uncertain. Okay, we have people like this today.
What?
What?
I think that knowledge is uncertain.
Okay, this isn't the exact same philosophy or idea as this. Okay, but we get, or this kind of comes from the idea of maybe an atheist. Okay, saying, hey, there is no absolute truth. There is no Bible. There's no God. Okay, he doubts everything. Okay, they believe in the lack of the existence of it. It's not the same, but I said it can be similar. There's some similarities. Okay, know that it came from David Hume. Okay, our last note for today, then we'll talk about a few more people tomorrow. The literature during the Age of Reason was characterized by cynicism and satire regarding England's worsening conditions. Okay, writers such as Alexander Pope and Jonathan Swift ridiculed the pretentiousness, my tongue always gets stuck on some of those words, and superficiality of the time, and derided the hypocrisy and corruption that had become so rampant in England. Okay, so we see this is all happening in what age? Age of Reason. Okay, Age of Reason. Their eyes and their focus was no longer on God, no longer on the truth of God's Word, but rather it was just on, hey, my own mind, hey, books, hey, philosophy, hey, what can I add to myself? Me. Okay, and we see that problem in this time. We'll talk about a few more artists and philosophers tomorrow in this age. Okay, it is Wednesday, so there is no homework. Okay, you do need to be ready for a possible quiz tomorrow or Friday. Okay, be ready for a possible quiz tomorrow or Friday.
Hey, out of our whole class, who's the most cynical? You.
Are you really asking? All right, any questions? This learners, if you have any questions, let me know. If not, I will see you tomorrow. Any questions in here? No question? Watch your language.
Thank you, Mr. Coral.
Watch your language. Yes, you did.
I said get
No. Yes, my ears hear a lot more than you guys think.
I don't even understand.
Yes, you do.
I said get out with your dad.
No, you
Okay, DLs, glad to see you. We're going to start the class off today by doing a quiz. So, what we didn't get to do yesterday. So it's quiz 16, okay? So go ahead and start working on that. And then I'll just put this on interruption. And when the class here is done, we'll come back and continue on with lesson 72, I believe it is. Excuse me, 78. Okay, just putting you on interruption, so do your quiz. Okay, DLs, they finally finished in here, so hopefully you're finished also. Gentlemen, enough, okay? Amethyst, please have a seat. No, go sit down. I want to start class. Okay, we're talking about electromagnetic radiation today. Adrian, where are you supposed to be? The electric magnetic spectrum. Shh. Guys, please. I only have 17 minutes left of class, okay? It's just an arrangement of all the forms of electromagnetic radiation, okay? In order of frequency and their wavelength. It's just like, it's similar to your visible spectrum, where you've got your different colors that are happening. But based upon the color, as you can see the wave, the white wave that's going through, if you guys can't settle your coats, I'm going to ban you from wearing everybody else's coats. Now stop it. So as you can see, in the lighter ones, you've got a more of a spread out type of a wave. The darker ones, the more dense ones, the waves are more compact, okay? So there's 7 broad categories of the electromagnetic spectrum, okay? Starting off with the radio waves. The low frequency electromagnetic waves widely used for your communication. So see, that's the wavelength is a lot longer from crest to crest. You have in this radio waves, you have what's your long wave radio transmitters. Ricky, you getting these down? They're used by the ships and the airplanes, communication and navigation, and by a few radio stations. Okay, allows them to broadcast in a longer distance. That's why some radio stations you can, if you're, you can possibly pick up a radio station from the East Coast if it has a big enough transmitter to be able to send those ones. But those, they would be using the long wave radio waves. Your short ones, short wave radio, is used for international broadcasting. Your television and your FM radio broadcasting is part of the radio waves. There's not too many AM radio broadcasting going on in this category. If they are, it's very, very, very few. It's more of a local type of broadcasting system. Yes, ma'am. Shortwave radio. Okay. Number 4, your cellular telephones uses this. This is the highest frequency of your radio waves. Secondly, your microwaves. Waves of high frequency and shorter wavelength than the radio waves. Okay. So you can see on the chart that we're just going up the scale. Things are starting to get compact a little bit here. The use of microwaves, well, obviously you got your microwave ovens. This gives an intense beam to cook food. Okay. You have your communication satellites. Mr. Scissors, put them away. Thank you. So they use these satellites to broadcast around the world. It was very intriguing, and I don't know if I don't know what year it was. Okay, so I'm not a history buff, but it was very interesting to be watching TV, the news, back when they were in the, now the word slipped my mind, over there in the east. There you go, thank you. Where it was one of the first times that they were able to broadcast the war going on as it was going on in live, okay? And to sit there and watch all of the missiles flying in and missiles flying out and everything happening in real time. They were doing that because of the communication satellites, allowing them to broadcast around the world. You also have your radar detection and ranging, allowing you to identify things from afar off, far away objects. The uses of microwaves. Well, you got radar. Okay, we're in that. Well, we're there. Okay, you've got your Doppler radar, and we talked about that a little bit the other day. Police use it to identify how fast you're going. It helps identify how fast objects are just moving from a stationary position. The communication satellites use them to transmit their signals for television stations, radio stations, and cell phones, and a lot of things in that regards. Then you have your infrared, number 3, your third type of wave, your infrared waves. Electromagnetic waves that's sometimes referred to as your heat rays. Okay? These transmit your radiation heat. They allow the firefighters, helicopter pilots, soldiers, and others to see in the dark and through their thick smoke. So when a firefighter goes into a building and it's just thick smoke, they can have these special lights that will put out the infrared ray, and allows them to see ahead of them, okay? And also allows someone to see them coming through the fog also. Your ultraviolet, or your UV radiation. The electromagnetic radiation with a frequency slightly higher than that of visible light. Your ultraviolet. We're starting to get into the very dangerous rays. Okay? Yes, sir. This is probably where we started, was in the infrared rays of the danger. Okay? Even though, microwave, right? B. So D, what's in between there? That would be the visible light. Okay, sorry. That would be the visible light. So that would be D? Okay, sorry. Okay, sorry, DLs. Letter D would be visible light. Okay? And then you have E, ultraviolet radiation. I had 2 of those slides. Okay, under the ultraviolet radiation, you have 3 categories. You have your UVA rays. These are your least dangerous. Okay, usually found in most black lights. You have your UVBs. These are dangerous to humans, human cells. They cause your tanning or sunburns. Too much of UVB, you will probably get some cancer. Okay? But we all like to be out and in the sun and get some of those UVBs. Okay? Some people can't even be out in the sun because they're allergic to the sun. Okay? And C, your UVC. These are your most powerful and dangerous layers of radiation. Just like some people are allergic to grass and others aren't. So people have to stay off the grass if they're allergic to it or away from it. Or when somebody mows the lawn, they have to stay inside or away from that area. Okay? Okay. Now, your UVB layer is largely blocked by your atmospheric ozone layer. Okay? And this is what the what the world or the world, let's put it that way, is concerned about. Shh, quiet. The ozone layer being depleted and afraid that the radiation is going to come down full force. UV radiation, they use it for sterilization of your medical instruments in a special machine, a device. Then you have your X-rays, letter F. High frequency electromagnetic waves used in medicines. Okay? I don't think it was necessary to get up, so now you got to check. Okay? Not right now. Not now. Not during class. Okay? Amethyst, you want 2, so please don't argue with me. Wilhelm Röntgen discovered the radio waves in 1985. The X is often used to represent something, the unknown. So an X-ray is a picture of the unknown because that's what they're trying to find. Yes, sir. Okay. Okay, so they can, X-rays can penetrate most any material. Dentists do it for their teeth. I think you'd be frightened if you saw a dental picture of my teeth. They use it for security at the airports. Can you say something? Then you have your gamma rays. Okay? Probably won't finish today. Okay? That's okay. Capable of penetrating nearly all substances, gamma rays are. Excessive exposure can cause painful radiation, burns, cancer, or even death. A radiotherapy, okay, is a medical treatment or technique focusing radiation beams to destroy cancerous tumors. That x-ray machine on the left, that machine is going around, and it is a weird one to be under. Tell me, believe me. I hope you don't. Hope you don't. It starts over here and it slowly goes across to this side. No, I can't. It was something to do with my heart at the time. Okay. Irradiators. Okay. We'll stop on this one. Used to sterile adhesive bandages and other medical supplies. Only 2 left? Yeah, I have 10 slides left. Okay. We'll pick it up tomorrow. Because there was just reading homework tonight, right? Okay. Okay, DLs, that's going to conclude today. We'll finish this lesson 78 tomorrow and go into 879, okay? Have a great day. Stay warm. Do whatever you want to do, I guess. Whatever's within your allowance to do. Have a great day.
Okay, let's review our quiz before we take, our verse before we take our quiz. Yesterday you weren't here, so obviously you didn't have your quiz yesterday. But I didn't do it on Monday because you guys had, I gave you a chance to study on Monday. So, today is your quiz. There will be some of the ER verbs. So, hopefully you review your verse. Let's say it one time before we take our quiz. Hechos 16:31. Ellos dijeron, cree en el Señor Jesucristo y serás salvo tú y tu casa. Okay? I won't. It's okay. Gabby. Okay. You're going to write, let me erase it here. You're going to write the whole verse.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I want to say that it was fun too.
Okay. You're going to write your whole verse. After you write the verse, I'm going to dictate, I believe I have like 10, yes. 10, I'm going to give you 10 words in English. You're going to write them in Spanish using the verbs ending with ER. Okay, irregular verb ending ER. Super simple. We wrote the list. They're super similar. Remember, the only thing that changes is at the end, okay? So, go ahead and write your verse. Hechos. And you should know the reference. You tell me. Yes. Can't tell you. Okay, one more minute. first word, defend. Write in Spanish. First word, defend. Second one, offend. Yes. Sorry, what? Second one, offend. Yes. Just remember, you don't double the consonant in Spanish. Offend. Proceed. Proceed. Concede. Number 4, concede. No, just in Spanish. Concede. Descend. Descend. Attend.
The mood dropped so hard.
Are you not doing this part? It's not just the verse, it's the words too. Attend. Descend. Attend. After that, attend. After attend, contend. Contend. Depend. Depend. Sorry, what? Yes. Depend. 9, resolve.
So half of these I put ER and half of them I put AR. So let's see how that goes.
And last one, dissolve. So you have defend, offend, proceed, concede, descend, attend, contend, depend, resolve, dissolve.
You just got some sick bars.
Defend, offend, offend, proceed. Okay. Concede? No. Concede? Concede, descend, attend. Defend, offend, proceed, concede, descend, attend, contend, depend, resolve, dissolve.
And then I took this one. Gabby, I took the rest.
Do I have your quiz?
I think I put the completely wrong verse in that. I do want to. You just want me to copy it back on the.
Oh yeah, if you can do that, please. Thank you. Consent, conceive, descend, attend, contend, attend, content, yes. Depend, resolve, and dissolve. Oh. Okay. Okay, page 71 and 72. Okay, page 71, 72. How often and how long? How often and how long? Isaac and Ray, where's your book? Okay, share your book with Isaac, please. 71 and 72. Okay. How often and how long? ¿Cuántas veces y cuánto tiempo? How often? ¿Cuántas veces? How long? ¿Cuánto tiempo? Okay? We have always, often, sometimes, rarely, never. And then how long? All morning, all afternoon, all day, all night, all the time. Okay? ¿Cuántas veces? Siempre. Muchas veces, a veces, rara vez, nunca. Okay? ¿Cuánto tiempo? Toda la mañana, toda la tarde, todo el día, toda la noche y todo el tiempo. Okay? Let's read page 72 with me. ¿Cuántas veces? ¿Cuántas veces? Siempre, muchas veces, a veces, rara vez y nunca. Okay, on number 4 you have to roll your eyes. Roll your R's, okay? So rara vez, okay? Rara vez. Okay. ¿Cuántas veces? Siempre. Muchas veces. A veces. Rara vez. Okay? Okay. How often? You say it in Spanish. How often? Okay, ¿cuántas veces is how often, okay? So how often? Always? Often? Sometimes? Rarely? And never. Okay, so how often do you go to school? Siempre. Okay, eso es mentira. That's a lie. You're always here, so what? Muchas veces. Okay? I would say muchas veces, sí. ¿Cuántas veces vas a Walmart? ¿Cuántas veces? Rara vez. A veces. Okay. ¿Cuántas veces vas a la iglesia? Iglesia. ¿Cuántas veces vas a la iglesia? Okay. ¿A veces? Okay. ¿O rara vez? Adrián, ¿cuántas veces vas a la iglesia? Oh, good job. 2 veces a la semana. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's do how long? How long? ¿Cuánto tiempo? Okay. How long? All morning? Toda la mañana? All afternoon? Toda la tarde. All day? All night? And all the time. Todo es tiempo, okay? tiempo, ¿ok? ¿Cuánto tiempo vas a la escuela? ¿Toda la mañana? Sí. No toda la tarde. Todo el día. You can say todo el día, ¿ok? Ok. ¿Cuánto tiempo vas a la escuela, Noé? You can say todo el día. Yeah. But you're mostly here from morning to like, yeah. Yeah. So a whole full like, basically a day. Yes. Okay. Let's do those again. I'm going to read them in English. You read them in Spanish, okay? Okay. How often? Always? Often? Sometimes? Rarely? Never? How long? All morning? All afternoon? All day? All night? And all the time. Okay, I want you to partner up with someone and I want you to use these questions in Spanish, okay? Just like I was doing, like ask someone, how often do you shower? How often do you brush your okay? But make sure you ask it in Spanish, okay? You have a lot of vocabulary words in your book that you already learned. Okay, get with someone. It's right there. You can ask, ¿cuántas veces juegas basketball? O ¿cuántas veces practicas basketball? Say that in Spanish. ¿Todo el día? Es mi vida. ¿Por siempre? Todo el tiempo estoy cansado. Todo el tiempo estoy cansada. O cansado. Cansado is tired. Ok, Douglas, eso no es español. Eso no es español. Ok, pregúntale cosas a Andrew y a Derek.
¿Qué
Sí.
montón de veces
No.
al baño? Nunca. Whoa! You know what I said, right? Oh, every time you go to the restroom, you said never. Why would I go to
was it yesterday? They weren't here, right?
Actually, I should say it was pretty good.
Oh, I bet.
What do I do with my life? Making stuff like this out of paper. That's awesome, man.
That's okay.
Okay.
As long as you get your
Douglas, pregúntale a alguien una pregunta de cuánto tiempo. ¿Cuánto tiempo? Okay, you can say, ¿cuánto tiempo caminas? ¿Cuánto tiempo estudias? Muchas veces, okay? Okay, Gabby, ask a question with how often, cuántas veces, to someone. Okay, this was super easy because it's just like, cuántas veces, and then you just say a verse. Cuántas veces, like, caminas, walk, okay? Douglas, you walk home? Oh. Where's your house? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay, go to page 73. Go to page 73. Okay, everyone. Everyone, page 73. IR verbs. Ir verbs, okay? Say it with me. Ir verbs, okay? Ir verbs, okay? IR, okay, verbs. These are all verbs. They're all similar. They're all similar to the ER ending verbs, okay? Or words. So, IR verbs, we're going to see to write, to live, to open, to decide, to permit, to receive, to attend, to cover, to discover, to prohibit. Same thing as the other one. On the right side, you have a list of 30 words. This one has the same thing. On the page 74, you have the definition of them in Spanish, and all you do, similar like the other one, you're going to add IR at the end, okay? Ir at the end, okay? So, I'm going to say them in Spanish right now, and you're going to say them with me after I read them. Escribir, vivir, abrir, decidir, permitir, recibir, asistir, cubrir, descubrir, y prohibir, okay? So, let's do it with me, okay? Okay, go ahead. Okay. With me, escribir, vivir, abrir, decidir, permitir, recibir, asistir, cubrir, descubrir, y prohibir. Okay? What is to live? Vivir. Okay? To write, to receive, to attend, what is it? Asistir, to cover, to discover, to decide. To decide is what? Decidir, okay? Decidir. To permit, to prohibit, prohibir, okay? When you say prohibir, you do not say prohibir, okay? Because the H in Spanish has no sound, okay? So it sounds prohibir, not prohibir, okay? Usually, yes, the H doesn't have any sound, so you do not say prohibir. You say prohibir, okay? Now, Okay. On page 73, you have the words in English. Some of them, the ones that end with E at the end, you take off the E and you add IR, okay? Like describe, you take out the E and it's going to be describir, okay? Describe all the words that end with the E at the end on page 73 on the list from 1 to 30. All of those you see, the ones that end with the E, I think it's from 11 to 25. You take off the E, you drop the E, and you add IR, and the word totally changed to Spanish, okay? So now you have 30 more words, super simple, that if you just add IR, or you take out the E, you drop the E, and you add IR, ir, it's a different word, okay? So let's look at numbers 11 to 25. 11 to 25 on page 73. All of those words end with what? E, okay? They all end with E. And on page 74, 11 to 25, if you take off the E and add the verb ir at the end, it becomes the word in Spanish, okay? Describir, prescribir, proscribir, suscribir, transcribir, decidir, residir, presidir, coincidir, dividir, producir, reducir, deducir, reproducir, introducir, okay? A lot of ir, okay? But it's pretty simple. We're going to be going over it. You're going to be here on Friday, right? Oh, the guys have a game? Okay, so the guys won't be here? Okay. Either way, you guys come here to meet, right? Like after the game, the boys, you come here, and then you get picked up? Okay. Let me see if I can just leave it with someone or leave it at the office. I'm going to have a worksheet for you guys to do when you come back so you can do it over the weekend. I don't think I'll be here tomorrow. I'm going to be leaving at 12, so I don't think I'll be here tomorrow. But go over the verse IR and how often, cuánto tiempo, cuántas veces. Go over it and then do your homework tomorrow, okay? You can do it in class or whatever, but I want your homework in my classroom by the end of the day tomorrow, okay? So you don't have to do it today. You can do it tomorrow during class. And those are pages, let me see, 118 and 119, okay? 218, 219. Okay, so 218 and 219, I want them in my classroom tomorrow by the end of the day. Okay, you don't have to do it today, but make sure you have them done by tomorrow. Okay, and I will see you Friday with a worksheet. And you're dismissed. You guys are good to go. Did you turn off the AC?